Okay. Try that. Oh, that's about. Another glitch. So it doesn't work. I'll turn it off and turn it back on again. Crikey. That thing is useless. I wonder if the trimmer has that issue. Doesn't happen on the Denon, or a Marantz, or a Yamaha, or a. Wouldn't happen on the CP750, it wouldn't. Oh dear. Just wait for it to start up.
This is the centrifuge trainer.
It simulates the gravity force you feel when shot into space.
This is the centrifuge trainer.
It simulates the gravity force you feel when shot into space.
The speed is controlled by the instructor from up there. Why not try it?
Why not?
Strap yourself in firmly.
Yes, Doctor. Why not?
Strap yourself in firmly.
Yes, Doctor.
Now your arms. That's to prevent you from knocking yourself out. Strap yourself in firmly.
Yes, Doctor.
Now your arms. That's to prevent you from knocking yourself out.
I see.
That's to prevent you from knocking yourself out.
I see.
Strap yourself in firmly.
Yes, Doctor.
This is the centrifuge trainer.
It simulates the gravity force you feel when shot into space.
The speed is controlled by the instructor from there. Why not try it?
Why not?
Strap yourself in firmly.
Yes, Doctor.
Now your arms. That's to prevent you from knocking yourself out.
I see. How fast does it go?
Can go up to 20 Gs, but that would be fatal. 3 Gs is equivalent to takeoff pressure. Most people pass out at 7.
You make a great salesman.
You don't have to worry. This is what we call a chicken switch. You just keep your finger on that button. The moment the pressure gets too much for you, release the button and the power's cut off.
Just like that?
Come on, Mr. Pond. A 70-year-old can take 3 Gs.
Well, the trouble is there's never a 70-year-old around when you need one. You make a great saleswoman.
You don't have to worry. This is what we call a chicken switch. You just keep your finger on that button. The moment the pressure gets too much for you, release the button and the power's cut off.
Just like that?
Come on, Mr. Pond. A 70-year-old can take 3 Gs.
Well, the trouble is there's never a 70-year-old around when you need one.
Yeah. It's interesting the mixing. I got the Regent 2 in, so I've got no option because the R1 THX Master George Lucas Thomas and Holman, it doesn't work. It's just, the pitch speed is 4% on PAL. So I've got the AC3 on the way, so that probably lands, I think, next week. You got the other masters that they're just they don't say the THX master, they're just another, because you don't get that anymore. The THX mastering program. Because it's like, well, I don't know. There's THX here, so yeah. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Just like that?
Come on, Mr. Pond. A 70-year-old can take 3 Gs. The moment the pressure gets too much for you, release the button and the power's cut off.
Just like that?
Come on, Mr. Pond. This is what we call a chicken switch. You just keep your finger on that button. The moment the pressure gets too much for you, release the button and the power's cut off.
Just like that?
Come on, Mr. Pond. A 70-year-old can take 3 Gs.
Well, the trouble is there's never a 70-year-old around when you need one.
Now your arms. That's to prevent you from knocking yourself out.
I see. How fast does it go?
Can go up to 20 Gs, but that would be fatal. 3 Gs is equivalent to takeoff pressure.
How fast does it go?
Can go up to 20 Gs, but that would be fatal. 3 Gs is equivalent to takeoff pressure. Most people pass out at 7.
You make a great saleswoman.
You don't have to worry. This is what we call a chicken switch. You just keep your finger on that button. The moment the pressure gets too much for you, release the button and the power's cut off.
Just like that?
Come on, Mr. Pond. A 70-year-old can take 3 Gs. The moment the pressure gets too much for you,
You make a great saleswoman.
you don't have to worry. This is what we call a chicken switch. Most people pass out at 7.
You make a great saleswoman.
You don't have to worry. This is what we call a chicken switch. You just keep your finger on that button. You don't have to worry. This is what we call a chicken switch. You just keep your finger on that button. The moment the pressure gets too much for you, release the button and the power's cut off.
Just like that?
Come on, Mr. Pond. A 70-year-old can take 3 Gs.
Well, the trouble is there's never a 70-year-old around when you need one.
Definitely need the sub array with a difference. Definitely need to put something like that. Looking at where, I mean, this scene, this is like, I mean, it lasts several minutes and the way it's mixed and that, and doubling stage they mixed it on back then, Twickenham, Shepperton. And what they had at hand then, and then probably went through maybe, I don't know, did it go through a slight remix, of course, for the AC3 Laserdisc? Because that was the first. But, what was the 70mm print like? I don't know. It's very, very, very difficult to remember this in 35mm down Dolby Stereo downtown, because I only saw it once. I don't know if I sort of liked the movie or kind of didn't like it, or I don't know, I can't remember. But if I go back in time, I'd probably want to see it probably more than a few more times. And then go forward a little bit in future and sort of like think, oh, well, I don't think this would have played at the Wickham. But it would have been interesting. So, it's interesting. All these set designs and everything. It's so elaborately well crafted. I mean, because that other sub bass box is located down behind the seating here, and it's just the way the enclosure box. I don't think it's got any internal bracing, so it's kind of resonating a little bit, and so therefore that is okay a little bit, because where it's on the floor, on this flooring sort of thing, it's just partly kind of reverberating, and also there's the other speaker thing down here underneath laying on the floor. I think it's connected. Just play that again. I think it's connected. I think it's turned on. Yeah, it's on. It just adds a little extra sort of like tingle vibration on the floor, because the bass shakers they tend to dissipate slightly because of their way they're designed, I suppose, and it's tricky to locate something on the floor, because if you have a bass shaker, say like on a wooden floor, and then just moving it across a certain surface area, and depending on what's because it's like finding the optimum point where it can deliver or reproduce the frequencies, or produce frequencies if it's generated by sine wave tone, a certain vibration, and you're checking it on the voltmeter, and it looks okay, and And of course, like if you're moving it a little bit, and if it probably got, say, a little bit too near to maybe a floor joist, the pitch or the vibration resonance will probably change. It might go up, it might go down, because of, it's very tricky to get the, so do you locate bass shakers under the floor onto the floor joists, relatively near to the seating, or maybe a little, or a random array of them. So, because the more, it would just give a little bit more that kind, they say, footprint, because you want an area coverage. Yeah, but I think the sub bass array, but yeah, I'm a few light years away from getting that sort of like going around the walls and a little bit down around the floor. Because the other ones, how they, are in the room, they're like, nah, they're okay, but I sense, other sounds that are just kind of missing around me, that I could probably manage and can control or customize them and the playback. So I still got to figure it out, and what I would have to change in here in the rack, because something would need to be changed. I'd have to make a trade-off, like a few trade-offs, and so you can't experience this in the video. You can't experience it. If you hear a bass, someone playing, I do a recording video on camera, and it's a better recording sound than doing this here. You can't really say experience the bass. It's not possible, because how it feels and reacts within this room or someone else's room, I'd get a bass that would, boom, 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 that's doing this, but someone says, oh no, I'm feeling it this way, and then I'll be thinking, all right, well, I'm not going to be sure I could get it like that. It's not say impossible. A challenge. All right, to see, but then if all rooms were all built, designed, say the same way, then what you could, that's another little thing that could be difficult to say, because even the loudspeakers are going to be slightly different in their design and their performance characteristics. But if all the speakers were the same, everyone used the same speakers and had the same design room, and you got the same movie, the same disc, blah, 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 and everything's all set to the same all levels. It's just, that's your home there, this is my home there, we're all identical. So what you play and hear, feel there will be the exact same here, theoretically. But no one's going to follow that, because you got all these greedy integrators out there. Oh, it's a luxury, we got to make it expensive, stupid expensive. That's total BS. But if there was, that was the whole philosophy of THX. But but when they go out to all those older cinemas, and they're all different volume sizes, different architectural designs, and and it's like they're putting in a new system, and it's like, oh gosh, I've been to this cinema so many times, I remember how it sounded and felt like, and what's the difference going to be? And it's like, you may notice, oh wow, I didn't notice this amount of energy last time. It was okay, but whoa, wow. But it's like, they don't they don't run, say, like play a film, and then they do an alteration for a few weeks, and then they'll resume the film again by to see if put a question out there to see if anyone notices any difference. I should be getting a lot of G there. Yeah. But since this room is not rotating and circular, you're not going to get a G-force. But is there a G-force in frequency? I've been doing some looking around to see if there is something like that. I've come up with a few things, but I think it's just basically if I want to feel pressure pressing on me, I might as well get my cat, and he could sit on my chest and move his paws, because that feels very eerie. It kind of feels like High Wycombe, because that's what it was. I don't know how the heck they did that at High Wycombe. Gosh, that's over 30. That's over 30. That's 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. I don't know. Is it that long? That's 37 years ago. Crying out loud. It's almost getting close to half a century. I think you gotta think. Or I gotta think. Like, how would they do that? Huh? I've seen pictures of the auditorium. I've been in it. But the house lights were a little bit kind of not very brought up sort of thing. And I should at the time. Damn. Why didn't I have a camera? Why didn't I take a camera and take some pictures? I would have wanted to go back there again and saw another movie and such, because wow. You see, that's the thing. What people build home cinemas and all this blah blah blah, but they don't say what inspired them. They got no clue. They haven't got a flipping singular clue. It's like, what was the first cinema would kind of inspire? I think it would be downtown at the Odeon, or the Gaumont. Screen 2 downstairs. That was pretty interesting. Not perfect, but interesting. And then, of course, it was the censor round at the ABC. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine Moonraker if that was done in? But set Dolby, I have to say, but to George Lucas, for Star Wars, because George Lucas wanted to go with Sensurround, but then they say no, Sensurround is crap. That's a quote from one of the Dolby guys, but it's interesting because at Dolby San Francisco, they got one of the Sensurround units in their display cabinets. Yeah. God, this Chang, he's really increasing the sub bass pressure. I think I've had enough of this. I'm gonna throw up. He's enjoying it. Flip it. With my condition, I would pass out in a couple of seconds. I wouldn't be able to take it. If your blood balance and circulation is okay, and you don't have heart trouble issues and that, you'd probably be able to take it until a point it gets to, like where in the movie it's almost to the point where it's going to kill him. Why don't they just shoot him? Why don't they just lure him back down to Drax's mansion and put him through a bloody trapdoor into an alligator shark pit or something? Why the theatricals? Oh dear. This is probably by the best centrifuge sort of thing in a movie sort of thing. You got that Space Cowboys, and the centrifuge used in that movie, it's a bit lame. So it's not even a minute, 1 minute long. It's rather short, and it's like, that's boring. I thought it was going to get interesting, but it was boring. But this is like, pretty. But in terms of the sound frequency on the mix and such, I mean, you got to look at what is there on the sound mix. What's there on the soundtrack? Is there anything hidden? And then think, it's down there, sort of thing. Is it real, or is it just noise? Maybe put some filters in the other part of the frequency band and increase it, play it back, see what it's like. But I think it's like when you ain't gonna get this pressure like moving on your face. That just won't happen. You're gonna have 20, 50 sub bass speakers in a room. You're not gonna see it moving. I think that gag where they do that, they're using, I don't know, I'm not sure if it's air and it's off camera, so it's blowing, so it's kind of making movement. I would have to get some. Well, I've got a bottle here, but it's got water in it, so I could blow air, but I'm not going to blow water at me. But it's only a tiny little nozzle, so I don't know. I'll probably go on the Moonraker thread thing. Some people like how they did that gag, I'm pretty sure it's air blowing onto the face. It's just about there. I think he's just probably saying, all right, that's enough for me, Doctor. Yeah, you see the rhythm on the heart, the pulse thing, where it's going up. My heartbeat is going all up. Instead of going up, down, up, down, up, down. Mine's all over the place. I wouldn't last 1 minute on that. All I have to do is go down to nearby park and find a merry-go-round and then just go on it for a few seconds or two, and then I'll just think, nah, that's enough for me. Because it just wouldn't be, I just wouldn't be, otherwise, probably pass out and then someone would have to call paramedics. But as for the base and the level and the what it goes to, I mean, what's it do? What's it do go to? Let's come off the go to the computer. Let's see what the RTA picks up in the room. Let's do a check. Ooch. Yeah, that's working. I can see where it's picking up on the little bass shaker. Not the bass shaker, the thing behind me. It's the other sub bass speakers. They're turned off. They're muted. The other sounds they're picking up, that's the stereo surrounds in the room. So the stage channels are turned down. I think there's an increase there in the level slightly. Yeah, level's going up a little bit. Of course, if I look on the SPL meter just to see if it's safe. I tell you, that sort of loudness there, with the way the pitch is building up on the surrounds, and occasionally you get this whoosh, whoosh, and then you get this with the low end sort of thing. I tell you, it's almost sounding like a bloody vacuum cleaner. It's under 90 dB at the present moment, and it's sounding like a vacuum cleaner. That's all I can. That's the only way I can I can feel it. Well, maybe if I'd put the vacuum cleaner on the back of the what's it, and turn it on, look at the frequency response, see if I notice anything in any vibration field, because it would be a constant level, wouldn't be gradually changing like in a mix, and then you add another effect in there in the layer track, and you just turn it up a little bit, tweak it this way or what, I wonder what research the mixers did back then for this sort of, what research was done. just because it's an old movie doesn't necessarily mean, because don't forget all that. Yeah, interesting. Well, with just those speakers and alone, it's getting up to 90 dB, 90 dBc, dBA. It varies between 78 dBA to about 80 dBA. Typically, the vacuum cleaner, if I turn it on, I think it's an 85 dB. It's very interesting. Get little tickles of vibrations that, it's like a little feather underneath my feet tickling it. And it tickles. But it's similar to, it's like, the vibration. So, like, if you're inside the centrifuge thing, you'd be inside it. You'd be sat into it. Your feet would be on the floor. You'd be sat in the seat. The seat will be a certain type of design, not like these. Seating is also key to bass. It's also key. So most people will probably buy all these expensive home theatre seats and thinking they just want it for the showing off to the luxury bullshit. Sometimes the seat could be a fail in your home cinema. Of course, these are real ones. These are, for real commercial cinemas. They don't put those, well, some they do. They kind of look, sort of like, but you gotta wonder sometimes. I wonder if they got something hidden inside the seat. Have they got a bass shaker somewhere hidden, or maybe a speaker itself, sort of hidden within the seat? Because you look at how large the damn things are. And you think, and you get in certain bass sometimes, and you think, is it mostly all coming from the stage channels and the wavelength? And it's coming down, and it's feel it, sort of like when you sat back in the seat, you kind of feel it. But if you kind of lean forward or stand up, would you still feel the bass? So if there's a scene that's playing all that bass, like that dreadful overrated movie, what's it called, Dune 2, and there's a certain scene in it, and then you think, why don't I just stand up and see if I'm still feeling it? Because I tell you, that's what it was like at High Wycombe. Not that I saw Dune 2, but if Dune 2 would play it, flipping that, you'd feel the pressure of that pressing against you, on your hair, your body, your waist, your legs, your feet, your shoes, for crying out loud. But it doesn't exist anymore. That's if they would have played it there. As I saw the arachnophobia, and it was just like, it wasn't like anything like that at the other cinema. No way. I heard the sound, but I wasn't feeling it. No, not like this. So, yeah. sometimes if you put your hand on a cinema seat, though they're not like real cinema seats downtown craft. Personally, I just don't like them because I suppose I'm just too used to sitting in real cinema seats for decades and such. I don't like these particularly. I don't like the high rise, even though it's comfortable. You can just slouch down a little bit and then just like lay down like that. But I don't do that because if I maybe if I put one of those little because the angle there doesn't seem okay. It doesn't seem slouched down a little bit more because I'm going down a few, just a little bit. No, it doesn't seem to work. It's like I'm not really interested in the movie. It's got that sort of sign I'm registering. It's like I'm not really interested. This movie's pissing me off. I want to reject it. See, I could play this scene. I could play this for hours, but I'm not really doing much. I could tweak that sub. I could probably that thing behind. I can move it a little bit this way or that way or whatever. Maybe stick it at the back, but it'd probably lose a bit of energy. The sound I'll probably still hear, but it'll lose some kind of mechanical energy. But I can't have sub things laying, otherwise you wouldn't be able to sit on the back row because you wouldn't have any leg room. So it's like they got to be like underneath, something like underneath this sort of thing. I don't know. I got that option, but this thing was designed really for my cat Sooty. Because I did a basic drawing and I did a little photo, cut and paste, and added my cat into the design. So okay, this is what it's going to look like looking downward onto it. Yeah, but like some people put speakers in the floor and some don't. Some might think it's stupid, but then yeah. Got tinnitus, my level tinnitus today. I think it's like somewhere up there, hissing. Sometimes it's down a little lower, and sometimes it's just, I don't even notice it. I don't know what triggers it off. I don't have a clue. Could be something I'm drinking. It could be atmospheric pressure. It could be climate. It could be low frequency sound. But because up here is the threshold, and once you get up there and you got stupid bloody sensor around, and it goes a little bit fraction, maybe higher or something, and bam. And you don't notice the hissing sound because when you walk out, you got all other sounds going on around, and they'll do a masking effect. So I could put headphones on and play a artificial pink noise, or I could go like that, but I can't maintain it because I'll get out of breath and I can't so I've got to generate something that goes a little higher above that level, but it's just like another pitch or tone or such. And then sometimes it does cure it, and then the narrow frequency that it is, it just then suddenly dips. I've done some things, and then just doing this, hand there, hand there. And it does lower it down slightly, but then it starts coming back up again, similar to electronics audio compressor, or maybe an audio limiter, and you got a loud sound, push, it plays, and the audio limiter, depending on the release time. So if you got it set to a 0, it will release pretty quick. But if you got it on a long delay, it would take a few seconds or such just to come down. It's sort of similar. Look, it's similar to that. So it only, if I do that, and it only gives it maybe if I do it, I've got to do it for a little, and I've got to try and listen to the tone and kind of try and modulate like a tone. I mean, I could do a gremlin or Venom. I could do some, but I'm not voice talent. I just listen and just try and think, how can I, but it only gives a very short temporary relief. The only relief you can get is getting some sleep. Then you get into a sleep mode, and then you don't notice it. It's still there, but your consciousness and everything, it's just, so you're going to have fireworks going off out bloody side, and you ain't going to even notice until you slip out of that sleep mode, and then suddenly, bush. It's the same with watching my cats. They completely, sometimes like, woof, completely out, and pick their paw up, and boof goes, they're completely in sleep mode. And that's usually when you watch them sometimes, and you think, are they still awake? And you can see their ears kind of still twitching. They're still alert, They're still alert, but when they go into their ears are not twitching. I wonder if what the threshold level is on. I hope I haven't given my cats tinnitus. It's like when you see pets near speakers and that, you should try and get them away from that, because you don't know what their threshold's like. And I'm just thinking another thing, how that, you got to do things with caution sometimes. I mean, that guy, what's it? He's got a kid, I think. He's got a little girl. It wouldn't be very nice if you're playing very high level SPL levels and such for a child, and then one day or suddenly, bam, they start crying for no reason, and they start saying, "I'm hearing this noise." That wouldn't be very nice to sort of like, it's like power tools. Power tools. You should always wear earplugs or ear defenders. Those things, you can't control the bloody the volume level on them. And when you use them, if you think you're going to be using them for like 10 minutes or something, electric drills and anything into a wall, they can go up to just a little over 100 dBA. That's not good for your hearing. It's not macho. Oh, I'm macho. Otherwise, why do you think people wear bloody earplugs or ear defenders when they're shooting firearms? Plus, for me, it makes it a little bit comfortable. Because I get distracted. I can't even focus. And I think, just put on the ear defenders, get drilling, That's laughable watching those Hollywood movies where they got earplugs in their ears and they don't even have the earplugs properly fitted in their ears. You got to roll it and then insert it down the ear canal and then it expands. What they got the earplug like stuck there. Sound is still going to pass through down your ear canal, high frequency, things. Because an earplug only acts like a filter, like a crossover filter, and it just boom cuts off. So it's not going to do low frequency. Yeah, to a minimum, yeah, a little bit, and then you just got to put earplugs in and ear defenders on, and then you're pretty okay. Otherwise, sound can still pass up your nose. It still finds a way. You could put little microphone, little earplug thing, little headphone things, little ones, and stick them up your nose. Put some earplugs in, and then you can hear the sound coming up. But does it sound like stereo? Sorta. Yeah, I've done those tests. If you stick it up your ass, would it sound mono? Most likely, but you probably really wouldn't hear it because it's so far down. See, I would go to the extreme of testing, or so put earplugs in again and say, like, get the mic, get the little ear, things, and then stick them against the face. Could I sense anything? Oh.
This is the centrifuge training.
It's got a deep. How deep is that going down to? It should be going down to about 100. Actually, it was going down a little bit lower there on Roger Moore's voice. I'm pretty sure that was just going a little bit below 100. Yeah, pretty sure. Yeah, look at it. So you get other bits of dialogue above 100, and then other parts, it's just getting down below 100 hertz. It's like, they put a bit of EQ or processing on it. So you can feel more of more. Feel more sub bass of more. It'd be like Roger Moore. You'd be like Roger Moore. You're inside the character. But it's a little bit more than that, because where I'm hearing and feeling it, where it's like, okay, I need to activate the bass shaker in the seat, which is not activated at the moment. They're muted, I believe. They're muted on the system here somewhere. I can't remember where, but so they're muted. I don't think they're even really connected, are they? I'm just trying to think. Are they actually connected? Or did I? No, I think I used the No, I used the. I think they're disconnected because I used the cables to power the other speakers because I need more amplifier. There you go again. More Roger Moore amplifiers. I need more Roger Moore amplifiers in the rack, but it's like, yeah. And then, so I can get more and be Roger Moore. Oh, it doesn't get old, does it? How fast? How far? Let me try and see if I can articulate. How fast? See, that kind of did go actually a little bit below 100 there. My voice there. How fast? Yeah. It could be the recording and such, yeah. Because usually, typically, the voice, when talking about there, la la da di da, see a peak around about 100. No, if you articulate the dial, the wording, and the sounding, and that's of course if anyone's listening. How? Oh yeah, I can slightly feel it there. Interesting. In. Oh yeah, in. That's almost getting down to about 60 hertz there, I think. Ooh. But not very high SPL. Try pushing it. You'd probably start maybe feeling a little bit, and you got to know the limitations, Yeah, interesting. How fast? Maybe I should have titled this video with vocal dialogue and such. Probably have to do that. We'll put a description in if I can be asked, if I can remember later. I need to put some sort of plug-in on this computer. There's a siren coming down the road. It's in the 1K range, sort of thing. See, microphones are clever. They pick stuff up, But it's this elevation in the low frequency that's kind of when the microphone, when it's very quiet in the room and it's just bobbing up and down. It's just bobbing up and down. I need to have some sort of plug-in thing that, for the computer, and then sort of equalize that down, because to me that looks like some sort of a random noise. I probably would have to put the headphones on the computer and monitor to see if there's any sort of audible noise that I could hear, or of course, if I turn the microphone level down, all that, it just disappears. I know it's got a little bit of a something there. It needs like a filter to lower it down, because it wouldn't really fudge a frequency sweep, because if I get the signal level way above it, way above it, sort of thing, I don't think it would be possibly fudging, but it could be likely, but it needs to be adjusted. I just don't know which plug-in thing to get for the computer. Something maybe free. Yeah. I'm sure there's something that's got to be out there that I can use, and then put a basic filter in there. Maybe something parametric. that I can adjust the frequency and then just put a dip and get it flattened out a little bit. It only probably seems that way when a microphone's connected. And this is USB one, so there's probably less noise and such. If I use the audio mixers, I get a little bit of a ground hum, but I can't hear it because I'm not reproducing it through the playback into the room, but it's there and I can see a 50 hertz and there's some sort of grounding on one of my audio mixers, not the other audio mixer. That looks okay, but one of these audio mixers here, it's got a bit of a 50, and I've got a little technique trick to sort of minimize it because it's a grounding thing. That's all it is. It's just a grounding issue. I think that scene's finished. Got to play it again. Play it again. Yeah, play it. Some say this movie was so camp, but damn is it funny. Through a piano.
Play it again, Sam.
Oh, wow, that felt good. I wouldn't say it felt good, it felt interesting. Yeah, it's interesting when this vehicle's going up the road, all these advertisements. Oh. God, felt that like boom, boom, boom in the Foley and all the effects. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh dear. Oh, please. Oh, my heart. Oh, damn, that is so funny. Boom! You think, what the bloody hell was that? Oh! More. We'll take more care of it. Bloody hell, that bloody fucking thing must have been going on down the blue road, hit a ramp or something, and went flying, and then went into her mouth. That's going to look pretty strange, when tourists are driving up the road and think, what's that man doing sucking that woman's mouth? I got a huge laugh in the auditorium. I got a huge laugh in the cinema. Oh, it still works. It's damn funny. Every time, if I don't watch it every damn day, watch it every year or so, and yeah, I know what's coming. I know that's just funny. Yeah. Take more care, British Airways. Oh, I like it. Oh dear. You're getting a bit of kind of like overhead, or kind of, when the it goes like that. You kind of get the sound going, but the rest of the sound is not locked in, because the sound of the wheels would be down here. So yeah, this kind of so it's like, how do you get that to be down there? But you get another sound to be up there. Put it through a matrix, like put the surrounds for a PL2X and see what the filtering or the steering of the logic circuit is cancelling out other sounds and such, and what you get, and you think, yeah, I use that there, and you use the other sound down there, but is it going to work with other scenes in the movie? Because then if they appear down there and you're looking at what is happening on screen and such, or maybe off screen, and you think, no, it doesn't fit. It's randomly doing something, but it's not accurately doing it. That's why it's got to be completely all discrete sound. So you've got speakers in the floor, and so they can mix and create psychoacoustics, and it'd be like, bloody hell, I know it's fantasy, but it seemed like a blooming flipping trolley just came down through the room just for a few seconds, because that's all it lasts for, just about 2 seconds, I think, or about a second and a half, because it's so quick. No, about a second, about 1 second. But something like that in reality, it is going to be like, and you think, wow. Unless, of course, you do the thing again and you have the camera underneath, and it's like you're underneath it, and you can just hear it go. So you'd see not much up there. You see a little bit in the other background, and you have this sound with the wheels going along the gravel or the stoned surface on the road. Boom. So would they, if they Atmosed it, would they have that? But are they going to take a specific sound from it, just a specific, and then have, because you can't have the sound of the wheels, because going overhead, it wouldn't make any sense at all. because I can see how it's all. So pause it. Whoop, back it up. So the camera is just down on the ground, and someone's pushing it. It could be at Pinewood Studios there. I think they did do some cuts or something's mentioned. Some of it's location, and some of it's because if you watch or look at the road surface, you can see it's slightly a little bit different. It looks similar but a little different. I think that was pointed out somewhere. But you can tell the camera's like there down on the ground and it's looking upward. It's only there for so many frames. You just gradually, I think, see the wheel. You gradually see the wheel there. So it's sort of almost like near ground surface, but not quite. Because I imagine that they're not very tall. Those they're not very tall. They're only about that high. Or so. I like they do the way you do that imaginative sound pan. I can feel it. Roger Moore will take more care of you. Fly British Airways. I think the sound mix and sound everything on this is a lot way better than Doom 2. Doom 2 is just a load of garbage. My goodness, the sound mix, the colour on it, everything is just like, bloody hell. Why do they have all these dark, muted colours? And it's like, bloody hell, I need to turn the brightness up on my remote, on the bloody projector or whatever. What the bloody hell? It looks like the lamp is dying. That's what it looks like, these crap movies. Please, why are you watching it? Throw it in the cat litter. Get a cat in a cat litter box and throw that trash in the cat litter. Watch some movies that got flipping, like they got the aperture open and you can see the flipping, okay. So I was looking at the Deep and the Jaws, and they make artificial night times just by using a filter and such, and just because you can still tell that you look into the sky. But you look at other movies and they got faster lenses and everything, and it's filmed in real dark and real nighttime sort of thing. But I just can't stand these bloody woke because people think, oh gosh, that's great ego for my home theatre. Oh yeah, my guests and get-togethers. Oh, they're gonna like it. But it's a load of woke. Try something else and then pressing them, and think, wow, I know I've seen this film before, but I haven't seen it for many years. But wow, that was great. Doesn't have to keep being this stupid Top Gun Maverick and that. Oh dear, that's just bloody awful. I mean, Moonraker's not perfect in all the sound effects and such, editing and such. It's not that, but it's still freaking miles better than Doom 2. I'm just going to look at another scene because I've been looking at other things online. Just want to see if this has got the same. But I would never get this on 4K. I would never get Moonraker on 4K. I couldn't care less. They can keep it. This scene. I just want to see if see all the details. Yeah, I think it should still be visible in the windows on the outside of the. Oh yeah, now I can still see all the detail. I thought it all the windows outside. I thought it would get all washed out. You know, sometimes you see it on some transfers, and you think, what the bloody hell's going on there? It's got so much bloody contrast, and it's washing out all the detail in the background, for crying out. Because they're trying to boost it and cater it for the stupid Blu-ray little kiddies, you know, thinking, oh, it should be, you know. It just, although colour tint on the skin tone colour, that's just, you know, something that I think it could be easily adjusted. Oh yeah, a little bit of speeding the film up there or over cranking it. Bloody dogs just eat that bloody and just go. Both, Mr. Bond.
Both, Mr. Bond.
See, I think he's got a bit of a deep voice, so I think it's going down a bit low. It's going down a bit low there.
In the future of the entire human race, Mr. Bond. It is therefore logical to seek out the best that each nation has to offer. Are you referring to people or skills?
Yeah.
Both, Mr. Bond.
Yeah. That's not too bad. Not too bad. But I couldn't care for, because I tried. I did have this Moonraker on Blu-ray, and it was absolutely atrocious. The sound mix was butchered, really butchered. Like I think they're taking like the opening titles where so I've got to go to the, because you get like the vocals, though I could do. I like to get it set back up again, because you can't do it on a Storm processor. You can't do it on a Trinov. You got to design it into the system so it can do it. So if I mute the stage left, right. It's just a little bit of ambience on the surround if anyone's listening, but it's just mostly the center channel is carrying an instrumental, like a little chime, ting ting ting, little chime, and a sort of harp, and then a guitar comes in. But the rest of the instrumental over on left and right carrying Shirley Bassey's vocals, which sounds, so I'll just mute that. So, which it sounds a little kind of distracting, because, you know, usually the vocals you'd rather, Dolby Stereo mix, those vocals will be falling into the center, and then you get other, you know, and then you got to try and balance the, you know, the mix for a 35mm print and, you know, a 70 or allegedly a 70. I think there is a rumour going around. But anyway, you got to get, Anyway, so if I wanted to take that vocal or that other part of sound from the left and right, I've just got to fit, say, like another one of these in the rack and have it connected to the left and the right channel. And then that would be on the, do I do it on the actual outputs on these? That's the thing, is providing the main first two of these here. This is number A, this is number B, this is left, center, and center. This one here is right, center, and right. That's if I use a 5-screen backup matrix, although I can do it through the Storm. I could bus it through there, but it wouldn't be able to take that sound from the left and right. That's, it's going over there, and then I want to bring it over here to the middle. So I've got to add another decoder and do a little re-plug in, and then just do the calibrating levels, and then bam, it's back where, because I hadn't had it up, I haven't had that in my system up and running now for, probably 7, maybe 8 years. And so all I do is I blend and mix that signal so it would go onto the center channel, and I would have control over it, so I can adjust the level on it. It's kind of like if I wanted it going separate, but I haven't got any room behind that projection screen. The speakers are taking up all that space. I would have another speaker identical, and I'd have it slightly above the other center channel, but I might as well just put it in, because that's where it would be in a Dolby Stereo if it's folded down the mix, and that's where it's going to come from. So it really wouldn't make much difference. Yeah, that's something that I can do here, but all the other home theaters out there, they can't do that. But now that you just listened and you're thinking, if you know how to do connections and so forth, you think, right, I know where you're going. But you don't leave a comment. You're just peeping. See, all this, wow. Like all the colour in it, all the colour. Yeah. Yeah. Push. So I go into the Storm. And mute the surrounds. Turn them off. Off. Save it. Turn the others. What's it off? Turn the other sub thing off. So it's just sound, just boom, coming from the center stage. And then unmute or mute it. Put stage left on, stage right. That sounds like so. And of course, got to get the balance levels right. You've got to get balance levels right. Because I could see on the level meters the center signal with the instrumental, and not just the instrumental, it's the frequency. So you don't just look at the level meters, you got to look at the frequency, and then you think what frequencies are loud and such will cause an audio masking. Otherwise, that sound in the center will go completely missed. You got that little ting 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 chime. So I could do a few things here on my system. So I'm just using the balance level on the right stage channel. So I still hear that ting ting ting.
When will we meet? Take my unfinished life.
Level's almost up to normal level. And just fade it down, just like a moon, and you hear it in the instrumental. The instrumental, the notes are playing like a moon. You wouldn't get a sound mix with the music like that on that crappy Dune 2. Unbelievable. Hans Zimmer, he sucks. Flipping overrated. Oh yeah, bring on the John Barry. I need some smoke in the room. I need to put some smoke in the room and then put some lasers on the floor projecting upward. Yeah. Is it a personal taste or something? I think it's artistic. It comes down to artistic because there's nothing artistic with Dune 2. It's just a load of boom, 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 freaking bass throughout the whole bloody movie. Center bloody dialogue, for crying out. At least there's occasional little bit of dialogue, but subtle, very subtly used in this movie. But it's a little bit more like, oh wow, spatial. I can notice, But Dune 2, my goodness, bloody I don't know what people see in it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, it sounds okay, like Dune here. I mean, but it is a bit of a naff mix. I don't know how it bloody won an Academy Award for Best Sound. That really staggers me. That was definitely fixed. And for Bond fans, Drax is the most wealthiest Bond villain. I was doing a research on it about a couple of years ago. Like, who's the most richest Bond villain? And it turns out to be Hugo Drax. I mean, look at all this shit he's got. Frickin' that. I mean, look at it. think those space shuttles cost $1 million? Oh, bloody hell, they're in the bloody billions for crazy. He's up there, and all the others, like, he's not even Spectre, and Spectre, they're down there. Oh. Yeah, I can't understand why someone like this, so crackers, would want to release lethal freaking things, and then. But one must preserve life, Mr. Bond. I just don't understand that. He's got all this. Oh, bloody hell. Yeah, but people, human nature, you go there and you go a little bit loopy and loony, and, you know, I mean, yeah. But is Drax's net worth is fictitious at the end of the day. It's fantasy, it's fictitious. So Goldfinger, he's like down there, and Drax is like up there. So even if Goldfinger has succeeded his mission and got a little bit extra, it had only gone up a little bit, but Drax is like way up there. So you got that signal, so it's playing in the sub, and it's only as it's playing at the moment. I think there is a bit of a flaw, I don't know, with the Storm processor, because you got the let's see now. Not sure if it can be done, or it's you got to do it when creating a theater mode. I can't see it. Oh yeah, because I'm not using the StreamYard. I'm not using the Yard Stream. So, and I haven't got the other camera plugged in, so yeah, can't see the screen very clearly there. Unless I turn that doesn't even work. Anyway, doesn't really matter. The menu on the sound outputs, because I'm pretty sure these outputs are doing it in mono. I'd have to probably have to read through the manual. But if it's not doable, then I'll just have to do it using outboard plugged into the system, and do it outboard, because I want the signals to be stereo, and then I can maybe do something a little extra there, maybe put it through a matrix decoder, and so that certain signals will get steered and go into and then move. Because otherwise, usually an LFE, like the LFE signal that's used in the centrifuge scene is only used. So if I go back, I've got I'm adding large and sub on here on the menu. You can't see it, so if I just put it back to large, save it. I'm pretty sure there are, a few little technical flaws that, these things could be, improved, but, they try to make these processors like, most people, like one guy that's using it, I did leave some recommendations that you could set his processor to something like have a 5-screen, use a few speakers down the side walls, the back, of course, and the overheads. And it got up to the number where it was about 20 or so, because you got that Fusion 20. I wouldn't touch it. Personally, I wouldn't touch that processor with a barge pole because it's got no outputs on it. It's got amplifier built into it. But if you want to do something additional with it, you're stuck. You can't do it. You got to have something that you got to have the ISP 32, and then you can do. If you've got stereo things that outputs on side surrounds, blah 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 blah, pan through surround or whatever. If that Atmos floats your bloody boat, then you can add an extra decoder on there and have sound doing something a little bit more different. It just depends whether is it a good Atmos mix or is it crap, lousy, worthless. And then you think it's not much point having the other thing turned on, for crying out, just to make the sound do something. Otherwise, the sound's just going across this way, that all the time, when you can make it do something a little different. And then, of course, you've got the speakers on the bloody ceiling doing all that bullshit sometimes. If they're doing anything, if there's anything mixed up there that's worthwhile listening to. So what the bloody hell was I going to do? Oh, yeah. So I set those back to large and make sure that's saved. Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, go back to... Go back to the centrifuge.
It simulates the gravity force you feel when shot into space.
So I might as well put the surrounds back on. So I'm going back up to the computer laptop here. Just add those back on. So I'm not hearing any LCR signal, which is going through a crossover filter, which is going to that little... It should only be a little bit of the LFE, but it's not, it's not going to be active all the time. It's only going to be occasional now and then. And go to there. And go to... Oh, bloody hell, all these things, remotes. Like something's showing on there. I'm still getting dialogue going through. Hang on. Still getting some dialogue going through. I'm pretty sure I turned it off on me. Maybe I didn't do it on... Yeah, it's still activated on the... hang on, so I've got to refresh the laptop. No. It's still activated even though I turned it off on the computer, on the main computer. I've got to just do it here. Put that to large, put that to large, put that to large. Yeah, it's off now. And save it. Yeah, the meters are only got the LCR and the SW, the subwoofer or LFE signal is off. So a bit of the surround mute, a bit of the surrounds are coming on. So only occasionally you'll probably feel when the centrifuge starts, it'll only have maybe a different mix in the low frequency. It might be a little bit high up, sort of near to where everything else was, or it might be shifted down a little lower. Starts in a second. Clunk, clink. Vroom. I think about now it starts. Can't see. So I just hear it going through the surround. Nothing on the LFE yet. That's because race bass is all covered across the stage channel. I think it's starting to come active, a little bit active now. Tiny little bit, but it's settled down again. It's starting to rise up a little bit, but yeah, it's starting to come up a little bit. But it's a little bit. It's kind of like the LFE signals down there and the surround signals up there, so you're going to get a masking effect. But I can feel it in the floor with the other bit of signal. So if I were to go back, see, bit of a masking problem there then, okay. I don't want to turn the LFE signal up. I'm going to do it the opposite way. This will take a few seconds. Hang on, what are these? Hang on, actually, the signal output on the is -8. Okay, don't be too shy. Take it up to 0. Oh, not plus. Up to 0. Okay. Save it. Yeah, I had the signals there. Probably for some reason. Probably did that a month ago. Turned the levels down on the SW signals. Okay, everything's zeroed. But there might still be a bit of masking effect. So it was getting a little bit high, not as if I kind of find it irritating. Go to the surround EQ. Come on. Oh yeah, already got a filter on there, which is around about 1 kilohertz minus 18 dB at 2 Q bandwidth. I could notch it down a little bit. I'll take that down a little bit. Oh no, minus 18 is the limit it'll go down to. I'll just leave it there. That LFE signal should come active in a couple of seconds. The way it goes whoosh, with a bit of echo on it. Just going to take the level up a little bit because I've got an audio limiter on there to protect. Yeah, that's not too bad. Could be a bit improved. Oh, stop. He used the chicken. He used his watch, didn't he? Yeah, I wasn't getting near to. Let's back up a bit. Turn the audio limiter down a bit on it. Turn it up. Amplifier levels are only there. I can nudge the amplifier level up a bit. I think my mind is saying turn the surround levels down a bit. Put a different filter in. Let's see. Let's play the whole scene over again. Either shift this up a little bit and then slot another filter in down. Okay, that might do it because it's psychoacoustic and it's like my mind is thinking, some of those mid and high frequencies. It's a bit of trial and error, customizing. Add another EQ. Okay, stand by. Let's shift it up a bit to 2K. And then I'll add, all I have to do is add EQ. It's just one surround speaker output sort of thing. And then I go to what's called a select option and then tick all the other speakers and then copy. And then it just duplicates the same thing that I've just made and then duplicate it on all the other speakers. Otherwise, one speaker would only get EQ'd if I save it. So I'll duplicate it and then everything gets saved on all the other speakers. And then I'll make sure I save it before I exit. And then it's all programmed for the, say, maybe an individual movie. So put another filter there, put that maybe, let's try going a little bit lower, maybe 900 hertz. Q bandwidth, and cut it down, -18. Okay. Take that one, that, and that. Go out. Just before that music fades out. Copy it. Yeah, it's changed the level. And then I'll save it. See how that sounds. Because there is a bit of low frequency in that surround. And it's high. It's depending on how high the level is, and then getting the level of this LFE signal to be kind of bubbling up. A few dB between. A few dB. Can't have the surrounds like up there. There's the LFE there. Can't really have the LFE up there because it'll be masking. So just getting it, and just so it's just noticeable. It's getting in a little bit there. So, all right, I'll play that again, but I'm going to mute the surrounds. So it'll just be like just having an ordinary sub bass signal, but a specific crossover. So it sounds very strange. Maybe like, I don't like that. How it sounds on a single LFE signal on its own, just an LFE signal or a sub bass signal filtered, so you don't notice any other other instrument. And it just gives a certain boom to blah, whatever noise sound it makes on the mix.
About the takeoff pressure. Most people pass out at 7.
You make a great set.
Just go up to the scene where. So see what I notice. No more different than having a bass shaker underneath the seat, or I could have the other bass shaker on the back of the seat active. But how many amplifiers do I need? I think at least 18. I think it's 18 or 16 or 18 amplifiers. Just going to pause. Yeah, there's a bit of a sound I can hear. It sounds like an air conditioned sound. I can hear coming from the. No, I noticed the other sound frequency starting to build up now. It's got a bit of a frequency here. About, not sure if it's a resonant frequency, a harmonic. It's kind of building up a little bit. Now it's settled because he's just used his wristwatch and shot out the chicken switch or whatever the heck it was. I'll just play that back, but it doesn't last long. But interesting. That little tiny little sub. That little. Yeah, I can do that. Where's the? Yeah, I want to look at the SPL level. Not for bragging. I don't need 150 dB levels. That's a bit unrealistic. Unless, of course, NASA's doing something like that on those space vehicles with surrounding speakers, bombarding it with whatever they're doing. just to see how much resonant noise the interior of the spacecraft capsule, and then how to dampen down that noise, make it better. Oh. It was just going over 80 and coming up to 90. But, I can talk over it, Yeah, with that level there, it was going up to about 90. But it's only coming from one position. That's where it's got to be a bit more uniform. But how much energy would I would get from the wall over to the seating? How much of that frequency would acoustically make something like I can feel it, but I can't feel the other frequencies because simply the way they are not coupled with the seating, and they're not going to do that vibration because they're not coupled. Is that audio limiter kick activating? But, I can feel a bit of a sort of mild tremor vibration, but on the seat there, and maybe a little bit in the seat. Just a little buzz or such on the floor. Kind of makes me. The audio limiter's not cutting it. Something rattling there a little bit. Something was rattling. Not sure if it was that. It was just a little tiny rattle. But then think of it. If I go on a bus, I think it was last week. Was it last week? Yeah. How many buses did I go on last week? 1, 2, 3, 4. I went on six types of buses. Six types of buses I went on. And one of them where you got the handle or the handbar rail that you hold onto if you're standing up or something, or getting up the seat and you hold it and you're pulling yourself, it was rattling, and I could look back and I could see how it was a little bit damaged, and I thought, and what they were trying to use to, temporarily, rather than just get it in the yard, get it fixed. It looked like something they put something around it, like sellotape or something, temporarily. And what was happening is, so the bar, you got the thing on the ceiling, and then you got the bar that goes in, and it was doing that jingling, because it's not tight. It was jingling. It was so damn annoying listening to it, but interesting, due to the low frequency of the bus and of everything else, and then what causes it. And sometimes it doesn't rattle, and sometimes it does. It depends on the motion of the bus and the engine, sort of thing. The engine vibration and the frequency noise. But yeah, so some things would, but realistically, you don't want them to rattle in a room. I guess that guy over all his blimmin' subs, things rattle, and that's not part of the soundtrack. In fact, it's not even part of the sine wave tone. So things, you generate a sine and it's things like, you think, oh well, that's cool. Oh, I've got to show this off to the world. There's nothing cool about it because it's distracting. It's not part of the generated sine wave tone. You should be only feeling the fundamental of the frequency, and then making sure you're not getting any harmonics. So when you're taking things up and up and up, and then you think, I'm getting harmonics now with that, so I've got to bring it down a little bit. I'll add another sub. Okay, yeah, that is taking that fundamental frequency up. Okay, that's interesting. All right, I'll turn the other sub off. That was when I turned it up too high and it started producing resonant frequency. I'll turn the other one on and turn that up more or less to the same level to see just to check, see whether you got defective amplifiers or defective whatever, or it could be something to do with placement in the room and how the pressure and all that is getting to that speaker or whatever. You just look for it, and then if it's okay, then you go back and add, and then you get, you go through it until it looks okay. I doubt he's done any of that. Just EQ and try and get a flat frequency response up to a whatever SPL tickles your fancy. But it's most likely the room, because the door rattles in my room. It moves because the pressure builds up bigger in the corner. It would be a little bit less in the middle. Go a little bit more forward in the room, it builds up again. So if you think about it, if you had subs around a room and you play the sine wave tone, you can see where you got multiple microphones around the room. You can see where the pressure's building up, because I think the room simulator on REW is it's okay. It's pretty close accurate, but not entirely, because you can't design the shape of the room. It's always that sort of shape, so it doesn't know. REW doesn't even know I've got windows over there, I've got a window up there, I've got a chimney breast there, and I've got a door over there, and I've got a projection port window, which means there's a little, that's only a bit of glass for a port window, and sound low frequencies, they could pass through that, because I could put a microphone behind that. Not that I have done that, but that'd be interesting to do that, to put a microphone behind and then see if it picks up low frequency, and then I can move it to another part in the kitchen so the microphone's near to the wall, very close, in fact, up against the wall, and then just analyze, and then I'd know, oh yeah, I'm going to get some certain low frequency that's going to pass through that glass, because it will pass through a window. No if, no but, no debate, no vote. Well, typical windows in a home, they're only about that thick. You need glass at least that thick. So let's say you get a projection port bloody window and make it that bloody thick. Usually projection port windows, I think they'll be probably something like that, maybe. But that's just a picture frame up there. That's just a simple, and that's only very thin glass. It's probably why sometimes I can hear the projector and it makes a kind of low level kind of whirring sound. But it shouldn't make that sound, because it's probably something mechanical inside the projector. It needs to be adjusted or modified, and then it won't make that whirring sound. Could be the fans that are spinning. But the projector thing is not tight against it. It's millimeters, so it's decoupled, but it's attached to a surface which is attached to the wall. So it could be possible it's going through and then it's possible. But I don't notice it. And the soundtrack's playing. Masking effect, don't notice it. Okay, I'll play that again. What's that sound there? Oh, yeah, they're shooting poor creatures there, bastards. Bloody rich people. I got all these devices in front of me. I've got the bloody computer, I've got the bloody thing up there, crying out. Just press that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yes, immediately. But I think maybe I'd better have a look around.
Please, go anywhere you wish.
What's that bit of, hang on.
Good.
There's a bit of signal there in the LFE on that boat. It's mild, but oh yeah, I can hear it, the engine revving. But it sounds like a blimmin' mini prop thing on a boat, because I know what a real one would feel like. It's interesting that I'm hearing it behind me, but then some scenes where it's cutting around, depending on the angles and so, and I'm thinking, if it was done with psychoacoustic and visuals and psychoacoustics and and positioned there, and sometimes it's there and sometimes it's not, depending on the what I see on the angle. But I hear it mild there. I hear it something mild there. It goes up a little bit in the mix. So, but anyway. Whoa, bloody hell. Felt that bloody mortar hit the water. With those little mortars they're firing. Whoa. You've got to look at that. That's interesting. So what am I thinking? Because they're not real mortars. They're pyrotechnics underneath the water, and they're obviously projecting something going up. Oh, hang on. There is something. Hang on the water there. Is there an explosive that I can see or something? There is something there on the water. Before that goes off, yeah. There's something there in the background, in the water, that I can see. Yeah. Yeah, they got some sort of charge or something, and then boom. What about, does this camera on the next one, does it oh yeah, I can see it. Yeah, they're there on the water there, and one over here. But you'd think they're ducks or something on the water or something. Maybe you wouldn't, but that's how they did the gag. Today you could digitally remove that for a few frames, and then suddenly, bush, you see the water going up. You wouldn't see these things and think, oh, that's how they did it. But it's still, when you look at it, wow. And then the sound mix into it, wow. And you think, okay, it is what it is, sort of thing. And I think, so something was really coming down and then impacting into the water, and then, and it's going to do, I'd imagine, a few things. It's going to put out a shockwave in the air, and then some sort of motion or something in the water. Not to mention these bloody filmmakers are probably killing bloody fish that are probably swimming around under the water with all that going off. You see, one must preserve life, Mr. Bond. I'm sure all the rest of the birds and all that, the wildlife around there, like all that ruckus going on. See, one must preserve life, Mr. Bond. bit of a boom, boom. What frequency is that? What frequency is that hitting at? Seems a bit below 100. Oh, I pressed something on the bloody storm processor. I turned the display off. Let's see the display. Oh, there we go. What button is it on this remote? I think it's this display. Oh yeah, display. That's it. Display button. And it turns it off, and then yeah, because I thought for a moment, bloody hell, where's the display gone? Okay. You can see it going down almost to about 30. It's an interesting mix with some of the way the mortars are firing around through the surrounds. And then you get the ricochets a little bit later on with the when the music score cuts in. You get all these ricochets and make me flinch and duck. Yeah, you don't get that on Dune 2. It's a boring mix, that Dune 2. God almighty, so bloody dull. It was garbage in the bloody cinema, and it's garbage in the home. Dear, oh dear. I'll tell you, it's the lost art of sound mixing today. Really is. If they had this sort of I think if they had this sort of technology today, back then, 40 years ago, those mixers would probably have a field day. They'll think, wow, look at the tools we got to play with. Oh yeah, we can really artistically mix this. But you get to today and you get all these modern young kiddies and they haven't got a bloody clue. And you get some older mixers that have been doing 6-channel mixes, or maybe the odd SDDS one. I've been doing that, maybe so many years or such, and they get to say, and they're like, what do we do? Don't they sit down in a seat and doodle, draw pictures, and sort of imagine how the sound, you look at the auditorium, you walk around it, you look at it and think, And then you look at what you're seeing, and then you go out and you think, okay, I'll go outdoors and I'll listen to some atmospheric sound and see what I think, making notes of it. Because sometimes it can escape you, and then you just mix these crappy Dune mixes. Really, those Dunes are just woke. It's like all the other things. It's like they want to do Superman again. Oh, I'm not interested. Not interested. I don't care about the CGI or the AI or the mum's James Cameron's basement technology or whatever the bloody hell they're using today. I don't care for it. They've lost me as a customer. See, this thing that's going on with the boom, 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 it's just in one place all the time, rather than, say, have the bass moving through the floor, say, at a certain point, and have it, moving. Because the way I hear all the rattling on the bus, all the rattling. It's like where you hear it on speakers in a typical. It's like that on the left and right surrounds. It's like doing that. So I've got that right. Oh yeah, do that like da, 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 da. But when I hear it in the real thing, the real reality, it's like that. There's like so much individuality going on, and it's like, flip it. How would you microphone record all that? And then you got to translate it into a mix, into an encode, and then decode, and then you got to say, well, we got a new layout for this, and it's going to do this, but it's also got to do mechanical vibration, and you think, bloody hell, and you think, you got, it's like the movie Speed. It's a load of crap. If I had to watch that movie again, I'll be giving it such unbelievable negative roasting, thumbs down. And the stupid bit where it's jumping on, think, you wouldn't, where you see the bus leaping, and the camera is a distant away from it. It's a wide shot angle. You wouldn't hear all that or feel that low frequency boom, boom, boom it's not possible. Not unless you're on the bloody vehicle thing itself and you're feeling some sort of, and maybe whatever, and I don't know, bloody load of rubbish that movie is. It's probably why I've not watched it in all the way through from start to end. It's probably why I've not watched it in over 10 years. Last time I put it on was only on for a couple of minutes, and I took it out, put it back in the player on the shelf. It was kind of hot when it first came out, but as you get a little bit older and you get a little bit more sound wise, and then you start noticing that, oh dear, typical Hollywood BS, but then there's so much BS in this movie, Moonraker. I mean, shows all the gravity thing near the end of the movie. I can't do that shit in this room. Unless I've got something that's going to pull me up and suspend me, and like I'm floating. But no, I'm just thinking, all right, come back to basics. So like how to get the bass to sort of like move through the, so it doesn't just seem like it's coming from one point all the time. It seems like it's moving. Make it interesting. Can only do that through the floor, so you sense motion change. There's a little occasional bits of water sounds there. I think it's coming up. It's getting, I can feel the roaring sound of the little bit occasionally now and then, depending on the cutting. The waterfall. And then you got to look at it. There's a little bit more to it. I'm probably going to be the only imaginative home cinema enthusiast that is obsessed. Oh, the youth man, he's not obsessed. He's only interested in the money. He's not interested in the art. He's only after the money. He's got no instinct. So let me have a look. Get a few of those. It's coming up to the waterfall. You feel the waterfall roaring, but the camera's above all that. I wouldn't be feeling it. I shouldn't be feeling it with that sub thing behind or such. I shouldn't be feeling it because the camera's above it. You're decoupled. You just hear the sound of it down there. So the camera's way up here. Back here, it's way up here. But hang on. Get to something like that. That's that bit there where it's getting a bit close to the edge. I can't see it there. Contrast. I like those rainbow colours there on the mist on that water. You see the rainbow. Oh. Wow. They probably got actual things that do that shit today. Because back then it was a gag, and they probably, not that I think they got secret agents running around like 007 and shit. But, oh wow. So yeah, you want to do some other recreation sport on the water. So you got about your boat, and then you got a flipping. Oh, wow. Expression. Oh, what the fuck have we got? We're heading towards the. Oh dear. That's that bit there where all the water's cascading, coming down, even though it's up front. So what am I trying to think here? So if you just have just a mono, mono, typical bass, it's just going all over. It's just going to be mono. Need to do it not just stereo, but have stereo going into a matrix decodering. I'll nominate a PL2X because it can do a little bit more, and then just see what it can see in the signal mix and place sound, so that I could get some sound kind of going there up above, low frequency, and then something a little bit different down through the side, and then something a little bit different down below. So it seems like it's moving rather than just a sound that's doing that all the time, and it's doing that. It's moving. Because even though I've never been up close to I've been near a small waterfall, but not at that scope. And what you see there, I think in the movie, I don't know if that's a little bit of model work there, and some part of it real, and some part. Because this little bit here looks model work. I don't know. It looks model work, but very, very cleverly done. Maybe with a very large scale, and the what do you call it? The hang glider or whatever. I think it's called a hang glider, flying above, sort of. Yeah, I don't know. It's just something about the water motion. And that bit there, I think, is maybe a little bit real, and some part of it may be a matte painting. But it's way better than Doom 2 and all that crappy CGI they just throw in. Bloody hell. Oh, that looks wow. And then that obviously, that shot there is definitely real. And the way the sound is building up a little bit there over my shoulder, even though the waterfall is down that way. And of course, you know, it doesn't change timbre. It's just roaring. It doesn't change any timbre there in the LFE signal. But like, so if I have another sub, the same box, and I had it behind the seat, and I think, oh fuck it, I don't want people sitting in the back row. I just might as well sit in the front row. And all I could do is put a time delay on that LFE and make it sound like stereo. But with the other signals going in, you know, because the left, the center, the right, or anything that might be on the surround, anything there, and then have it go for a very complex, you know, so it does a little bit, you know, something different. Something that a Trinov or a Storm processor couldn't even begin to start doing. Because if they had thought it out, they would have put additional matrix decoders on these processors. So you can either use it or disregard it, you know. Hasn't been very well thought out, all this stuff. But anyway, it's what it is, and I can add on and expand and make it just a little bit better. Plus my ingenuity, my thinking, and my, you know. But real water coming down like that, you know, when it hits the base of that waterfall, it's going to make a lot of sound noise, I would imagine, a bit of extra level. But I don't know. I've never been up close. I imagine you'd be underneath that. It would be like if you're underneath one of those waterfalls, I would imagine it would feel something equivalent to a flash flood. Because that water is coming down like by the bucket load per second, or very big buckets, you know, very big bloody by the second. That's what a flash flood, when that comes down, it flipping hits you. It doesn't feel comfortable. You think you want to get out of it because it hurts. You imagine a flash flood coming down into maybe 2 square meters. So you can't much run that way or run this way, and you're going to get literally something like 60 equivalents of something like 60,000 tons of water literally coming down on top of you in just a few seconds. You get hammered. That's an average of what rain clouds, they can hold up to about 60 something like 1,000 ton of water. Staggering. Go for the bloody hell. Yes. It's starting to rattle. It's only because the way it's, you know, and if I put my finger on it, no, it's not that. I think it was part of the actual, well, that threw me off. Hang on, let's do that again. I think it was the armrest. Yeah, press down a little bit on it. Yeah. It could be this metal down here. Yeah, it's the seat thing where it moves. So that's not a problem. I can just put something in there to sort of prevent that rattle. Because I shouldn't be hearing that, but Unless, of course, it was a vehicle. And it seemed like you're on a vehicle, and it seems like, yeah, but movie speed, nah, hasn't got enough bass in it, hasn't got enough energy in that movie. It doesn't even sound like you're on a bloody bus. All the bloody voices and all that conversation crap's all up bloody front, and then you can see where the camera angle is. You got a long bus, and you think you'd hear voices behind you and all that, and voices in front and down the side. Nah, doesn't happen. It's a crap, overrated movie. 1994. Sound editing and best sound achievement. Not much achievement. Just a load of early 90s woke. Yeah. Sound systems, cinema and all that. All those, was it CAS, Cinema Audio Society, and the SEMTI, Society of Motion Picture Television Engineers. I think most of them are all a bunch of load of old farts, and they need to retire and go and sit on a bloody beach with pina colada and let some new breed come in and get things sorted out, because nothing's bloody changed in decades. You can't brag about an Atmos being all that if it can't do it. Like I say, you're putting speakers all around the blah, 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 but then you got the seating as well. What can you do with the seating to make the seating part of a kind of partly like a speaker without it being a giveaway? You can go look at those bloody Atmos specs on the bloody PDF files and all that, and they're just a load of rubbish. You look at that stupid renderer that's moving things around, and it looks like it's going along the floor, but there is no speakers down there. So that's bullshit for starters. That's totally misleading. Otherwise, if you're going to trade something off, you're going to have to make a sacrifice and trade some of these speakers off and then use them for below surround. Otherwise, I don't think they can do it. Unless they bring out a Mark II version, which means these Storms and these Trinovs will be completely useless. Unless, of course, they can have a card that plugs in a new decoder board, and then you've got to have additional outputs, or you've got to look at it and think, well, we'll still have to use these outputs that it's all got, but we're going to have to make a trade-off. Otherwise, to get a proper multi-below surround array, make that thing immersive. What about submersive? Oh dear, that's a good reaction. That is a good, funny reaction. Up he goes. What the fuck have we got? Oh, brilliant. That's all model. Yeah, that's definitely all model back there. Yeah, so it's a combination of lot of elements put together and making it work. The art magic of illusion, and then of course got some rear projection, and you got some real thing. You got rear project, you got rear projection, and then you got someone flying a hang glide. You got a good, interesting sound where it's going through there, and it kind of makes it sound like it's overhead. Of course, the cinema I saw it at in screen number 2 would have had the array of speakers going around the side and the back of the auditorium, and some speakers in the ceiling. So you just get a same immersiveness. Yeah. Do you think Dolby Labs are going to tell the public that? Of course not. Otherwise, people will then start doubting, like the what's going on? What? Wow, look at that! Wow, I tell you, it's got nice photography. You don't see any of that in Doom 2. It's just crap. Wow, look at that! Look at that! Wow. And you got the John Barry scored going, and you got crappy Hans Zimmer just playing drums and bloody African drums, the bloody sand. Oh, that's why Anakin Skywalker doesn't like it. I don't like Dune. Dune's got sand. It's coarse. I like that little sound effect later on in the movie. But they completely fucked it up on the Blu-ray. Yes, you hear the PA announcement voice, and then what the I can't remember the horror of it. I wanted to get that Blu-ray out of my eye. I just took it down to the nearest fucking sex shop, got fucking rid of it. Because I could have took a pair of scissors to it, cut the bloody Blu-ray up, stuck it in a food blender, and then just threw it out into the rubbish. Because it doesn't fucking deserve to play in this THX cinema. I've got very, 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 very tight, stringent, bloody tolerance on. But anyway, I'm going to see what the AC3 is like when it turns up. See, you never know. Never know what might be there. It's like The Thing, The Thing should have mono surround, but it's had some remixes, and some of them pop up on some discs, the small disc formats, and some not. And it's like when the helicopter goes around the base camp and you hear it going across the stage channel, and then and then it goes off screen and you hear it going around, but it should be like hearing the sound should be all mono, rather than hearing it one side there and then panning over. But it is interesting, but that's not how the original movie would have exhibited in 70mm. Because it was format 42. There's probably that many film prints, 70mm, that are, you could say, format 42. And there's only about that many that are split stereo surround. So the surrounds on Moonraking on this, they're like they're stereo. But I've heard bad mixes and I've heard some decent ones, and it's not too bad. But would the surrounds be stereo on the AC3 or would they be mono? I don't know. They'd probably most likely be stereo because they'd probably think, well, back then, maybe the budget and such, and thinking, well, if we had a little bit more budget, we could have spent a little bit more time and had the split stereo surround. Because, that came around in 1978 with Superman. By far the best sounding mix. Apocalypse Now, nah. Bit overrated, I think. Yeah, interesting, but a bit overrated. And not to mention, it's a bit of a crap movie, to be honest. Could have been a little bit more, but oh dear. And I'll tell you that Atmos 4K Apocalypse Now, fucking hell, bin it. It's really comparing all the different apocalypses, and it's like, well, the AC3 Laserdisc, it wins. It doesn't seem too compressed on the audio because it's a theatrical mix, and all the others are just bloody near-field mixes.
Moonraker 6 preset launch program completed.
Yeah, that voice sound.
Moonraker 6 preset launch program completed.
Sounded like it's phantomed mono, that, announcement sound. I wouldn't, but there is something a little bit odd that's missing, kind of there.
Moonraker 6 preset launch program completed.
Why doesn't it have an echo? They're in a freaking cave. It would have an echo. Sounds like it's just, like, whoop, we forgot to add an echo effect there. But I'm not saying it's botched. That's just sometimes a mistake on, because it sounds very dry. You got all the other sounds where vehicles that sound like, or where some Foley sounds in there. I can hear the echo effect in the surround. Some of the footsteps, and I can hear a slight echo.
Moonraker 6 preset launch program completed.
See, he's reacting. He's looking up. He's looking upward. See?
Moonraker 6 preset launch program.
See, he's looking upward. See, he's reacting. I didn't know that caves would. What were they going to have? Speakers placed? I don't know. Drax. He's that billionaire. He's literally. He could be a trillionaire or a zillionaire. Flipping heck. He is minted. Drax is minted, and all the other Bond villains. They're like. They're not even on the low end of the food scale, food chain for Drax. Bloody hell, Spectre. Bugger off. They're down there, Spectre. So yeah, so if I wanted to put the other speakers on and such, or put it through, because I've got to design so many things into the surrounds in this setup. I think I've got it going through the. Hang on, it's going through the. Yeah, it's on. I'll switch the switcher box. Hang on, not the switcher box. Hang on. I just got to just think for a second what I got turned on and turned off, because some things are very, very complicated. Very complicated. Ooh, still got this on pause. Probably processor probably won't work now. Oh, it still works. Bloody hell. Yeah. Of course, where's that other bit in the movie? That's interesting. Oh yeah, this bit. Anyway, yeah, the to do other surround configurations, yeah, because the what's it's on the hang on, just trying to think. Crikey. No, that only works with so that the other matrix thing, the SA10s in the kit, the SA10s, because I would have to have like I got a fourth SA10, but how do I get that configured, networked into? Because all these speakers are all individual amplified, unlike you go back 26 years and it was totally different then. I'd have to do something very complicated outboard XLR wiring. Because I've got to extract the sound from these sight arounds, any phantom signal or such, and then it will go to the overhead. So I'd have to sit down and probably do a very complicated diagram using some things that plug in, and then I've just got to do the patching the leads together and then making sure that the diagram looks like it will work, because if I do it and it doesn't, I've just wasted an hour or a couple of hours. It wouldn't be too bad if the decoder thing that I got in mind was fitted in the processor. So all I have to do is just, switch it on and it would do this. And a lot more. Anyway. still worth thinking on. Interesting how that looks. Looks like the spaceship from Forbidden Planet. Oh yeah.
So, I shall be leaving you in your own private crematorium. Mr. Bond, Dr. Goodhead, I bid you farewell.
What I can't understand is how those, everyone's mentioned it. How do those booster main engines and the SRBs get into the bloody when the thing's open? They should have been a little bit higher up, or maybe this thing a little bit lower down, whatever.
I shall be leaving you in your own private crematorium. Mr. Bond, Dr. Goodhead, I bid you farewell. All right. Crematorium. Mr. Bond.
That's a bit of a blunder. Because the main engines start, and then they build up energy, and then the SRBs start up seconds later, don't they? There's a bit of a bump there, bit of an umph in the LFE. kind of revving up. Probably the liquid fuels, the liquid fuel and all that. And so I can hear in the what's it? Is that in the LFE signal there? Let's have a check on that. Yeah, there's a kind of, can't be any other sound. That's because they're all ticked off. There's no other sound going into that sub. But it sounded like there was another sound in it that sounded like let me play this back again. Let's see. I'm gonna put it through the put it through the what's it? Look at it on the monitor. See what's going on there. Right down a bit further.
Moonraker 5, transfer orbiter power.
So it's routing over there. Pretty sure it's the amplifier. Oh, surprised that's work, but that bit there's not.
Moonraker 5, transfer orbiter power.
That's active there now. Okay. Check that bloody amplifier on that crown. Make that check. Upkeeping. Ugh. Oh, it should be connected. There's no sound there on the mic.
Magnificence is boundless. So this rocket will stop. I should be leaving you in your own private crematorium. Mr. Bond? I bid you farewell.
Oh yeah, the signal's only going to output on the what's it? So let's mute that. Unmute that. So it'll be on the other line outputs. It should come up. So, just double check, make sure it's working. See a little bit there. Let's put this down to a change. Maybe bring it down a bit lower. I think it's getting time to change these Crown amplifiers. I think Crown Harman is a bit overrated. passive crossover is fitted on those. Okay, look, the top one is broken up the bass driver. It'd be possible as something loose, but can't be. Sounds like the amplifier. Doesn't sort it by just sort of raising it up and thinking it would clear it for a second. Take that amplifier out the rack. Got to undo the Phoenix connectors on the top one. And then I'll maybe get that plug back in. It's just good. So I'm doing the speaker terminals on the other one. It's just makes it awkward. It's the story. I just can't tell. Tell whether it could be. See where the bloody hell is it? somewhere. Two, three of them. Seems like doesn't seem like it. Seems like an amplifier. It's just rattling and distorting. Some ideas. First, switch that thing on and off again. See what that does. do a peep. So turn that off. Oh, yeah, the other one's muted. Yeah, I forgot we are muted. Okay, we should change these over to. I don't need the. Do I really need the? Kinda, yeah. Do it for THX. No, not enough room in there. The oh, that would be doing that. There's something around. Germany. Yeah. I'll change those out. Go from 8 to 12. 12 channels. Two, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. There's 2 of them in there. No, don't need that. 12. Yes, I go this one. There's got a bit of a problem with this crown now thing. It was cheap.
What was that for?
Okay, I got one. Second one. Third. I'll probably leave it till maybe next month. Change them out. The other one's going. Where's the other one going to? The other. 8, 1, 2, 3, 4. There. And I think. 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. And then the other one, yeah, that's going on. Yeah, I can't remember which amplifier. If it's the EPQ. Anyway, take all those off. And go from 8 to 12. 24 amplifiers. I think the other ones will be better. Less DSP problem. Yeah, we'll go back to that. through from there. What's it?
T-minus 10 seconds. 9, 7.
Meal time. Oh, hang on. That's not direct. That's, hang on. It's on there with me. What's it? Where is it? The audio. Yeah, that's on USB. Yeah, on the mic. Yeah, I'm going to switch this one over to. So, it's there or there. So we've got USB. Switch it to apply. Give it a few seconds. See if it's gone through. Tap the microphone. I'm not seeing any signal come out. Okay, yeah. Because the other thing was on, what's it, but the, two devices I've got to switch.
My mother gave me a list of things not.
Moonraker 1 on preset launch program, minus 2 minutes. Retract crew access arm. Transfer orbital power. Internal power transfer. Activate.
Come on, the oven.
External level 2 pressure. Moonraker 5 reset. External LA2 pressure. Retract crew access arm. T-minus 10 seconds.
Signal coming up.
Quick 3, 2.
Oh yeah, it's coming up. Oh,
Hang on tight.
is it really going that low?
T-minus 10 seconds. 9, 6, 5,
Hang on tight.
4.
Come on, quick.
T-minus 10 seconds. 9, 7, 6, 5,
Hang on tight.
4.
Come on, quick.
3, 2, 1.
Straight on. Hang on tight.
4.
Come on, quick. Straight on.
Really going down that low?
Hang on tight. Come on, quick. Straight on.
Oh yeah, I can see that flipping. Look at that. Oh yeah, I didn't know Moonraker could go that low. Wow. They must have done some modification to that signal there. That's it. It's like you've had two separate different arrays of different arrays. Wow. That almost puts Doom 2 to shame. Wow.
Bang on time. 4. Come on, quick. 3, 2. Straight on.
External LH2 pressure. IECM to internal power. PAA retracted. Moonraker 6 cleared for launch. T-minus 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go.
It's all right. We're on a prearranged flight.
That's going down low. Yeah, that's going low. That's going. I'm seeing that going down to at least. Oh my goodness, that's so infrasonic. But it's where to put that infrasonic at. Yeah, that. Yeah, this is why Drax has got Moonraker. You know, he's got zillions. He put all his money, effort, a little bit of it into the LFE.
What about the others?
I don't know. Let's see. We're all on parallel courses. We must be headed for a rendezvous in orbit.
Because there's no way back then this had to be remodified slightly. Oh, that's pretty low. That is freaking low. That's going down to blooping. Almost, I'm seeing it there. I can see it going down to 1 hertz. What the blazers? Yeah, anyway. So what? Okay, so I'm going to change those amplifiers eventually. I'm going to change those out. Go from, take those other amplifiers from 8 channel and take them up to two 8 channels, which is 16, and I'll take it up to at least 20, 24. Just fit different amplifiers in the rack. What can I do with that? What can I do with 24? I've got to give that some thinking. Because at least the other ones would be, if they fail or something, it's more manageable to take it out of the rack. Those crowns are a pain in the arse. Because I should have mounted the crown amplifiers. But even still, they are still a pain in the arse. Because they got the speaker terminals. You put the spade thing on it, and then you fit it in, tighten the screw down. It's a pain in the arse. The other ones, the speak-on connectors, are just push pull, twist, pull, twist, push in. Yeah, you know, they're a lot easier. Of course, the same with the XLR, or would be with a TRS input. That's a lot easy. Whereas, yeah, not a big deal on the crown. They've got Phoenix connector, and they're easy to take out and put back in. They're easy. It's just the speaker terminal things. They're just tricky. Because I've got suspicion the crowns are overrated crap from Harman. It's too much DSP on the damn things. I could cut a few corners. I could cut a couple of corners and just go with some Behringers, and it'll be a bit manageable. Get the same impact, just a bit more manageable. Cooking.
Gravity, normal conditions. Life support system, nominal. All personnel to command satellite. All personnel to command satellite. All M5 seconds. Moonraker 6 technicians. M2 seconds. Moonraker 1 and 3. M1 seconds. Moonraker 4 and 5. M4 seconds. Moonraker 2. M5 seconds. Units 4 and 7. Command console as planned. Units 1, 3, 5, and 6. Preassigned station. Vector online. Life support normal.
Those are the roads I saw in Venice with the nerve gas files.
Yeah.
created a new super race of perfect physical specimens. You have been selected as its progenitor. Like God, your offspring will return to Earth and shape it in their image. You have all served in humble capacities in my terrestrial empire. Your team, like yourselves, will pay deference to the ultimate dynasty which I alone have created. From their first day on Earth, they will be able to look up and know that there is law and order in the heavens.
All units, start Operation Orbit.
Yeah. Why do you really want that? You can divide the LFE signal and divide it up into groups, so it goes to separate subs with different frequency bandwidth. That would kind of make it. Let me think. That would kind of make it kind of like the signal is flowing. If you divide the LFE into groups of separate signal outputs for different subs, in-floor ones around, and have it, so that it would appear, but it's still only coming from a mono signal. Of course, you had a little time delay or such on some of that separates, and it kind of like might get a kind of hinty, kind of like stereo kind of, but it would have a that's a bit of imagination, that is, to so it doesn't always seem like the same signal. It seems like it's moving, it's different.
Colonel Scott. So, what are you suggesting?
We've taken action already.
We don't hear from you. In the next 12 hours, we take action ourselves. I'll be responsible for the
We'll be in touch, General. Sorry to have woken you.
How can I sleep? Nothing but problems.
I think they use a lot of references in this movie, like Problems, Apollo 13 Problems, and it's a lot of subtleties of, like homage to other science fiction movies, or
SS reports a launch, sir. Continental USA. Vandenberg.
The launch is scheduled. Check radar jamming system. Well?
Jamming power supply and backup have failed, sir.
Investigate immediately.
Investigate number 28, immediately.
James Bond. You appear with the tedious inevitability of an unloved season.
I didn't think there were any seasons in space.
As far as you're concerned, only winter. And a treacherous Dr. Goodhead. Despite your efforts, my finely wrought dream approaches its fulfillment.
Hmm. 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 What can you do with that? Let's see, divide it up into groups.
Allow me to introduce you to
So generally, if you've got a sub, play a sine wave tone on it. Keep it near you, the closest, the nearest possible. Put it on the seat, put it, a little behind or whatever. Generate a single sine wave on it, low frequency. Monitor it with a microphone. So a microphone would be multiple microphone. So they're all ready, standing by to turn one microphone off and one on, because you can't have the other one on and on and on. Otherwise, they'll be picking up the signal and then just adding, giving you a inaccuracy in the data. And you see, you move the sub, drive, blah, 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 move it somewhere up front, turn the other mic off, turn the other one on, and just to see if the level is still the same. If it's gone up a bit higher, then it's something to do with the boundary in the room, because it's getting a little bit near to corner boundaries, and the signal will just go up. Of course, when you monitor it on the other and turn the other microphone off over there, and then turn this one back, or a microphone back on over here, to monitor what's going on, and then compare what's going on, and go through all the, and then might come to say, like, yeah, I'll have a sub over there, bum, 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 and have them cross over at a certain frequency, so they only play a certain very limited frequency range. And depending on whether it's good or bad, it's good, and it's good mechanical feel, sound on the ears. And you place the next sub, and you just basically go through and do repeats, and then go to another sine wave tone or series of sine wave tone. Yeah. So I think you really can get the signal to kind of move a little bit. like Star Wars. Moonraker. It's like Star Wars now. Stay on target. Wow. Yeah, stay on target. It's interesting. Lasers make that sound. Otherwise, I can't think of a laser that makes a sound like that.
Intruders have docked at Satellite 7, sir.
Double the guard at every entrance in this satellite.
Yeah. So I can add that on the what's it? I don't know if it would do two things. Okay, tap the mic. Well, I don't have to tap the microphone because I know that's active there. Go back to the tap it. Okay, that's on separate. Okay. That's just monitoring the sub or LFE or baby boom or whatever you want to call it.
At least. At least I shall have the pleasure of putting you out of my misery. At least I shall have the pleasure of putting you out of my misery. Desolated Mr. Paul. At least I shall have the pleasure of putting you out of my misery. Desolated Mr. Paul.
Heartbroken, Mr. Drax.
Allow me.
Allow me. Take a giant step for mankind.
Allow Mr. Paul. At least I shall have the... At least I shall have the pleasure of putting you out of my misery. Desolated Mr. Paul. At least I shall have the pleasure of putting you out of my misery. Desolated Mr. Paul.
Heartbroken, Mr. Drax. Allow me.
Mr. Paul.
Heartbroken, Mr. Drax. Allow me. Take a giant step for mankind.
At least I shall have the pleasure of putting you out of my misery.
Just want to take it up a little. It's down there somewhere. Where is it? Is it down there hiding? Where is it? Let's see where it's hiding. Try to bring up the FTT. It's down there somewhere, but I can't see it. Oh, never mind. There's a bit of rumble on this, on the LFE. There's some of it's going a little bit up to about 170 hertz, or up to maybe almost pretty close to 190, but it gets a little thin. But so I think this, you know, up to 120 hertz is probably, you know, it might be on some, but maybe not on most. But yeah, there's a bit more extended range on there. over the 5 screen. I need to adjust the offsets. Turn off. Okay. HS first. But it's not really assigned. It's not really assigned yet. To do with those, is it? Oh, yes it is. Still go. So only for the boom change those. We'll come out the theatre mode, go to another theatre mode. So another theatre mode. Number 9 now. Okay, go to number 7, 15. And 15 is the experimental. Yeah. But it's not turned, no, it can't be. Let me check the speaker output lay. Where is it? Map. No, not that one. 1, 2, 3. Oh no, yeah, that's for the la-di-da-di-da. But yeah. Signal's not really going over to the. Still going a little bit over to the other side channels because they're turned on. The other amplifiers are turned off. I could use that because it's got the what's it? Turn that one on, that one on, that one, that one off. Set that turned off. Maybe turn that and that off. Save that presence in. I just. Oh. Let's see. Was it number 9? Okay. Down Crossovers on that. Down to 200.
Hydraulics activated. Hydraulics activated.
Activate auxiliary power.
APU activated.
LH2, replenish.
Even in death, my munificence is boundless.
James!
Out of warmth.
Moonraker 2, go for orbit.
Velocity 1,000 feet per second. All systems
SRB jettison.
separation motor is fine.
Moonraker 5.
James! James!
Mm-hmm.
James!
I'll just try it.
Thank God you're safe.
Moonraker 5, transfer orbit of power.
eye screen is great.
Hydraulics activated. Activating auxiliary power. APU activated. LH2 replenish.
Even in death, my munificence is boundless. When this rocket lifts off, I shall be leaving you in your own private crematorium. Mr. Bond, Dr. Goodhead, I bid you farewell.
Soon?
Not at all. I'm sure Mr. Bond is eager to start his tour. Miss Dufour will escort you to Dr. Goodhead, who will show you round. Ask anything you like. Thank you for being so cooperative. A pleasure. Dr. Goodhead, who will show you round. Ask anything you like. Thank you for being so cooperative. A pleasure.
Well, I like that.
Dr. Goodhead, who will show you round.
I like that Foley sound there, where it's capturing like some part of the floor has got kind of a bit of a what's it to it, and it's got a bit of depth on it, and then walking over to the other part, it's a little different. Wow. Yeah.
Thank you for being so cooperative. A pleasure.
Wow. Look at that.
To Dr. Goodhead, who will show you round. Ask anything you like. Thank you for being so cooperative. A pleasure. Thank you for being so cooperative.
Across the carpet, across the carpet, and then onto the floor. Oh wow.
Look after Mr. Bond. See that some harm comes to him. Look after Mr. Bond. See that some harm comes to him. Look after Mr. Bond. See that some harm comes to him. To him. To him. Look after Mr. Bond. See that some harm comes to him.
You'll find Dr. Goodhead first on the right.
See that some harm comes to him.
Brilliant. Anyway, bundles of ideas.